I call this pre-meeting briefing of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 6 p.m. on June 1st, 2023. The purpose of this pre-meeting briefing is to conduct a briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. on June 1st, 2023. For the record, the board members present are Sally Derrick, Cassandra Hatfield, Tara Bocek, Carolyn Benavides, Ileana Garza Rojas, Kim Brady, and myself, Les Black. The next item is audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location. Do we have any? Thank you, Ms. Canada. So we'll move, since there are no one here for audience for guests, we'll move to agenda item number 3, which are our administrative reports. Dr. Eldridge, are there reports by the administration?
Yes, and I would like to ask Malcolm to come up to the podium to discuss the items 8U, 8W, 8AA, 8BB, C, and D. So Malcolm, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge, members of the board. We do have a couple of items before you this evening. This is part of that strategic plan. As we move through the large capital projects with the bonds, etc., we've set infrastructure in place to start taking on some small projects. And this is a good example of that. So for 8U, you've got the installation of audiovisual equipment at Creekview, 8W, kitchen equipment across the district, AA, we have the parking at the Nancy Warden Center. BB is playgrounds at Blair, McLaughlin, Strickland, and Stark. Those are your Farmers Branch schools, so we can utilize Farmers Branch TIF for those projects, as well as Bush, which is in Irving, so we can utilize Irving TIF for those projects. And then, of course, track and field at Perry, where we'll be using 2018 bond to complete that project. So a lot of this is us going directly to the vendors rather than going through a traditional GMP or a general contractor and stuff. That does a couple of things for us. It allows us to develop relationships directly with the vendors. It also saves us some overhead. We're not paying extra supervision, bonds, insurance, and stuff. We can make that relationship directly with that vendor, as well as control the timing on things. A good example of that would be the kitchen equipment. We're going to be doing multiple small equipment replacement. This is kind of your combi ovens, your heaters, your coolers, things like that, your fridge freezers, dishwashers. We're going to have that relationship directly with that vendor rather than going through a design firm and an architect and a general contractor. What that means for us, though, is that we have to bring each item to you individually to authorize the amount and that contract. And that's why you have 5 items before you, but really these kind of function as one bucket, and that outlines all the work we'll be doing this summer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulrooney. Board members, do you have questions? Ms. Brady.
So the other schools that need playgrounds, like Fresno, where are they on the list?
Great question. So we try to evaluate, being handed out right now as our assessment. Back in 2020, we did an assessment across the board. We try to look at the playgrounds in terms of 2 different ways. One is in terms of their condition of equipment. Second is in terms of their program and placement. What we know at Stark was that the playgrounds were actually near the front of the school, which is a security nightmare. It has that strange fence around it. It has that drive that kind of cuts off from the kitchen, so you've got deliveries and things. Same thing with McStrick. The kids are, you've got deliveries and a bus lane there all happening at once. So those campuses are going to take a little bit more effort to relocate things. Fresno is one of those campuses. If you look where the pre-K playground is, it's tucked up tight against the building. As that program's grown now, I believe they're almost up to 6 sections of pre-K. That doesn't house them anymore. So that's going to take a little bit more effort to relocate that playground. That's going to take us a little longer to get there. What we'll be doing is trying to hit on the list. You'll see that any playgrounds that are in the right location that we can go out there and replace equipment quickly, we're going to be hitting those first and then moving through with more substantial projects as they need be. So Fresno, Rosemead, McCoy are actually one of the first projects coming out of the 23 bond package. Okay. And that's a perfect partner with it, understand the program of the school, the layout of the school, what needs to happen, and then we can fix that. Okay. So we try to look at it both in terms of age of equipment, which we have a lot of aging equipment out there, there's no denying it, but also in terms of the work we do. Remember that philosophy, we're not going to spend that dollar till we know where that dollar fits. I'm not going to waste everybody's time fixing equipment at $100,000 to find out that it's in the wrong place.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on the board? Ms. Bocek?
So mine's on AA, the parking spaces. So the number of parking spaces in any design is defined by the entity code ordinance.
Yes,
I'm going to assume we followed that.
Yes, ma'am. So,
So what's driving the need for the expenditure in the past?
Yep.
And then looking forward long-term, which events are driving this?
yeah, so our multi-purpose, I had to do some digging on this because my first question was, and how did we get past the town? First of all, that building kind of took on a life of its own. It started out just the technology offices, then they added the training, then they added the ballrooms, then they added that. Big thing is ballrooms are typically parked with a guest. So you send out invitations for dinner and you invite a +1 or +2. So you assume those folks arrive together. No event center is going to park one-to-one seats for parking. You go bankrupt. It's almost $6,000 a parking space. So you're not going to have 800 parking spots out there. However, when we do trainings and folks are arriving from different parts of the district, when we're doing district events, that changes that. A lot of folks arrive by themselves. And that's where we're starting to see some of that stress. So what we did is we tested it out and we used the overflow parking in La Villita. And that kind of balanced things out really nicely for us, particularly in the early part of the year, August, where we have a lot of training events going on. And that was 65 spaces. Then we did some site layout. 65 can be double loaded on the existing, using the existing drainage, and we think it'll fit the site nicely. Obviously, if we bid this and we can get a few more spaces, we'll squeeze as many out there as we can, but we think that 65 will do really well. One of the things we also learned along the way was La Villita started having their own events. And so while we were using La Villita's overflow parking, the campus said, hey, please stop that. We need our parking for our folks. So that's one of the reasons why we won't be using that all the time for overflow. And then for our large events where we do big trainings, et cetera, and we know that there's going to be that load, we use Ranch View and we run a shuttle bus. So we think the 65 will fit that gap of what we need now. And any large events, if we're going to be above 600, 700 people there, we can use Ranch View and have a shuttle.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, and that would be funded out of the Irving TIF as well.
Any other questions from board members? Looking to the left, looking to the right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mulrooney.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. We'll move now to agenda item number 4, which is briefing session with administrative staff regarding the posted agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled for 7 p.m. on June 1st, 2023. Board members, are there any questions regarding our consent agenda items? Okay. I hear none, see none, so we'll move to agenda item 5, which is adjournment. We are adjourned from the pre-meeting at 6:07 p.m. I call this regular meeting of the Carrollton-Farmers Branch ISD Board of Trustees to order at 7 p.m. on June 1st, 2023. Board members, district staff members, and members of the audience, you're free to join me in standing Bill Level from the Metrocrest Church. Standing as Bill Level from the Metrocrest Church provides a message, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Sally Derrick and the Pledge to the Texas flag led by Tara Bocek.
It's a privilege to be able to pray with you all tonight as we convene this meeting of our school board. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Sovereign Father, we come here tonight as we convene this board meeting, first of all, to say thank you. Gracious Father, you have sustained us through some difficult times, a year when we've been impacted by national and global problems, when we've faced these problems together. We thank you for your being with us through these tough times. We thank you too, Lord, for the blessings you've given us in our leadership. We're so grateful, Father, for our new superintendent, Dr. Eldridge, for her giftedness, her passion for our students. Father, we're thankful for the school board members who will be installed tonight. Carolyn Benavides and Randy Shackman, we're grateful for them and their gifts, their eagerness to serve our community. Father, we're grateful for the teachers who make up CFB ISD, the staff, the thousands of students, and the thousands of families that you have entrusted to us. We thank you, gracious God, for the privilege of helping to educate the next generation of people in our community. We pray also, Lord, with grateful hearts for your Spirit to strengthen us for the challenges ahead as we enter the summer after the completion of a wonderful school year. We pray that you'd give us a time of rest and refreshment so that all of us will be back at it this fall, ready to do the work that you've given us to do. And in the meantime, we pray especially for every single student, every single boy, every single girl, every single child that you have entrusted to us, that you would bless them and keep them safe, that you would direct their paths all the days of their life. We pray all these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle, and thank you, Ms. Derrick and Ms. Hayes, for leading us in the pledges. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. We made it through another school year. It is summer. Yay. How about a hand for summer? Yeah. And we all got to spend last Saturday, about 13 or 14 hours together watching the class of 2023 graduate. And from all of our high schools, and it was quite a day, quite an experience, and it really reminds us of why we do this. So it's a great night, and we're glad that you're here with us tonight. As a district, we dedicate our efforts and resources to our goal of high expectations for all. The board uses this goal to guide all deliberations, decisions, and actions. And you'll get to see all deliberations, decisions, and actions of the board in open session, with the exception of some items which may be discussed in a closed session, as stipulated in the Texas Government Code Section 551, commonly known as the Open Meetings Law. These items typically deal with personnel matters, consultation with our attorney, and real estate. For the record, board members present are Sally Derrick, Cassandra Hatfield, Tara Bocek, Carolyn Benavides, Ileana Garza Rojas, Kim Brady, and myself, Les Black. We constitute a quorum and may conduct business on behalf of the district. Before moving on to the next agenda item, I'd like to remind you that the board will accept comments from the citizens of the district and from district employees. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. When the board gets to agenda item number 6, audience for guests, you will be invited to the podium to speak to the board. At this point, this will be my last action as CFB board president and, in fact, as a CFB trustee. I want to thank the Carrollton-Farmers branch community for entrusting me with this opportunity to serve. It's been alternatively challenging, exciting, stressful, educational, but it's always been deeply and uniquely fulfilling. I want to also thank our CFB ISD faculty and staff, no matter what your job description is. I never cease to be amazed by the achievements of CFB ISD students and alumni, and that type of excellence doesn't happen without the hard work and dedication of every adult in the system. You are why CFB is one of the very best school districts in the state of Texas, and I believe in the nation. To my colleagues here on the dais, and Mr. Shackman, I want to include you in this statement as well, since you were on the dais for the majority of my time in service. It has been my great privilege to work alongside each one of you, and an even greater privilege to count you all among my friends. I'm proud of the work we've done together and the things we've accomplished over the last 3 years, and I know that this board will continue to sharpen its collective governance mindset and always keep the main thing the main thing. Dr. Eldridge, I'm so excited about the leadership skill set you bring to CFB ISD and very, very optimistic about the future of the district. We'll leave you with this challenge, or maybe you can think of this as a prediction. Sometime in the not too distant future, this board will be named a TASB Outstanding Board, and you will be named TASB Texas Superintendent of the Year. Just remember goals, team, and trust. And with that, I will turn the gavel over to Vice President Sally Derrick. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Black. Do not leave. Our next item on the agenda is item number 2, the May 6, 2023 Trustee General Election. And item 2A, recognition of outgoing board member. Okay, making sure you didn't leave. Dr. Black, will you please join us at the front of the dais?
Good evening, Dr. Black and Dr. Eldridge and members of the board. On behalf of CFB ISD, we would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to you, Dr. Black, for your years of service to our district, to our students, and our staff. Thank you for serving on the Board of Trustees from 2020 to 2023 and for being a trustee as well as a board president. We want to thank you also for your years of service in public education as a teacher and as an administrator, including the 15 years you spent in CFB ISD. We have all benefited from your dedication, your integrity, your leadership, your hard work, and most of all from your friendship. Again, we want to express our heartfelt appreciation and gratefulness to you, and we hope you will enjoy these special gifts, especially the gavel. And when you look at these pictures and the gavel, we hope that you will have fond memories of your time spent on the CFB board. Thank you again.
We are moving on now to the swearing in of board members. In accordance with the returns of votes cast at the trustee general election held on May 6, 2023, Carolyn Benavides and Randy Shackman, being the candidates with the highest votes, have each been elected to serve a 3-year term on the Board of Trustees. Each has been issued a certificate of election and has completed the required required statement of officer. The Honorable Blanca Oliver is here tonight to administer the oath of office. Ms. Oliver, would you and Ms. Benavides please come to the front of the room? Congratulations, Mrs. Benavides. Mr. Shackman, will you please come to the front of the room? Congratulations, Mr. Shackman. You are welcome to join us on the dais when you're done signing. I'd like to welcome back Mr. Shackman and Ms. Benavides. It's an exciting time in CFB-ISD, and we have lots of work ahead of us, and I look forward to working together as a team of 8. Let's get started. We're moving on to item 3, which is a closed meeting. At this time, item 3A, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, including board members, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.074. Audience members are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the executive conference room for deliberations. The time is now 7:14. We are back on record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 7:36 p.m. Next on the agenda is item number 4. Under Board Policy BDAA Legal and BDAA Local, the board is to organize by selecting a president, vice president, and secretary. Let's see. Item 4A, board officer election for board president. I now open the floor for nominations to the position of president of the Board of Trustees. Under Robert's Rules of Order, no second is required for nominations. Are there any nominations for board president from the floor? Ms. Brady.
I'd like to nominate Cassandra Hatfield for president.
Board members, are there any other nominations to be made? Seeing none and hearing none, nominations are closed. Each nominee may have 3 minutes to express why he or she should be president. Ms. Hatfield, do you have anything you'd like to add? Okay. All those in favor of Cassandra Hatfield for board president, please indicate by raising your hand. There are 7 votes in favor with 0 opposed. By a vote of 7-0, it is decided that Cassandra Hatfield will serve as board president. Congratulations, Ms. Hatfield.
Let's keep going. So item 4B is next, board officer election for vice president. I now open the floor for nominations to the position of vice president of the Board of Trustees. Under Robert's Rule of Order, no second is required for nominations. Are there any nominations for board vice president from the floor? Ms. Derrick?
I nominate Tara Hrbacek.
Board members, are there any other nominations to be made? Seeing none and hearing none, nominations are closed. Each nominee has 3 minutes to express why she should be vice president. Ms. Derrick, do you have any comments? Sorry. Ms. Hrbacek. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, all those in favor of nominee Tara Hrbacek for board vice president, please indicate by raising your hand. There are 7 votes in favor, 0 opposed. By a vote of 7 in favor, the decision is that Tara Hrbacek will serve as board vice president. Congratulations. All right, next is item 4C, board officer election for board secretary. I now open the floor for nominations to the position of secretary of the Board of Trustees. Again, under Robert's Rules of Order, no second is required for nominations. Are there any nominations for secretary from the floor? Ms. Garza Rojas?
I'd like to nominate Sally Derrick.
All right, nominations for the position of secretary are Sally Derrick. Board members, are there any other nominations to be made? All right, seeing none and hearing none, nominations are closed. Each nominee has 3 minutes to express why he or she should be secretary. Ms. Derrick? Okay. All of those in favor of nominee Sally Derrick for board secretary, please indicate by raising your hand. There are 7 votes in favor. By a vote of 7 votes in favor, it is decided that Ms. Derrick will serve as board secretary. Congratulations. Okay, next on the agenda is item 5, special presentations and recognitions, and items 5A and 5B, district recognitions and announcements. Ms. Parnell?
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and members of the board. Tonight, we would like to begin our recognitions by introducing a valued CFB community partnership. For 15 years, CFB and You Teach Dallas have continued to work together for the betterment of students. Tonight, we have representatives from the organization that would like to make a special presentation.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Eldridge. I am Katie Donaldson, and this is Dr. Mary Urquhart. And Dr. Urquhart is the director of the UTeach program at the University of Texas at Dallas, and I'm the associate director. This year is our 15th anniversary, and what we've been doing is going to all of our very valued partner school districts just with a big thank you for the most part. Because of what you do, we are able to take STEM majors who come to the University of Texas at Dallas, majoring in computer science, science, mathematics, biology, chemistry, and we get to tell them, we get to ask them, hey, have you ever thought about teaching and making that the career of your life? We have early active field experience, and so those STEM majors in their elective hours, they get to go out and they get to be in local schools, and Carrollton-Farmers branch for the last 15 years has been a part of that. 4th and 5th grade elementary teachers, middle school teachers, and high school teachers have welcomed our students into the room so they get their very first experience being in a classroom with students. A lot of them fall in love with teaching. They fall in love with STEM. They were in love with STEM already, but they fall in love with STEM teaching, and that becomes the career of their heart. To date, well, first of all, here's 2 quotes from 2 of your teachers, a longtime mentor at Polk Middle School and one of our wonderful elementary mentors, Ms. McMillan. All of them, the students in UTD serve as role models in our classroom, inspiring young leaders, and it's y'all's way of giving back. It's a benefit for everyone. The students at Carrollton-Farmers branch are excited to see college kids come into their classroom that are excited about STEM. We bring experiments and lessons out for them to do hands-on science, and then our students, our kids, our large children who are young adults get to have that experience to see what it's like to turn on the light of science in someone's eyes. So that is what we do and who we are. Right now you have 8 graduates from our program working in Carrollton-Farmers branch. They are teaching chemistry, forensics, algebra 1 and 2, pre-cal, biology, anatomy, and physiology. So we are just excited that we could be here, that we have this partnership, and just want to thank you for 15 years since the very beginning you've been with us in dedicated service. This picture, just so you know, is in Ms. Costa's classroom in Dan Long Middle School, and this was a team that I was able to take a picture of a few weeks ago as they were presenting their chemical change lesson to a group of 6th grade scientists. So very exciting to be participating with y'all.
And in recognition of your partnership, we would like to present the district with this plaque. Thank you very much for allowing your teachers to work with us and help us produce the next generation of STEM teachers for your students and students throughout the Metroplex. Thank you. And we're going to get y'all to stay. We're going to make some personnel announcements next. And so first we'd like to ask that you join us in welcoming J.R. Hughes as the new principal of Vivian Fields Middle School. Mr. Hughes recently served as the principal of Cedar Valley Middle School in Round Rock. Before that, he served for 6 years as an assistant high school principal and teacher in Katy, Garland, and Dallas ISDs. He has a bachelor's degree from UT Dallas and his master's degree in educational leadership from SMU. Welcome to the CFB family, Mr. Hughes. Next, we'd like to introduce Tara Sublett as the new principal at La Vita Elementary School. Ms. Sublett has a Bachelor of Arts in English Elementary Education from UTA and a Master of Education from Texas Wesleyan. She has a Principal Certification and Superintendent Certification from UTA. For 30 years, she has served in Mansfield ISD as a teacher and also as an administrator for 4 years in Kennedale ISD. Welcome to the CFB family, Ms. Sublett. And you have a daughter with you. We'd like to get a picture with your daughter as well. Next, we'd like to introduce Chelsea Smith as the new director of the Child Development Academy. Ms. Smith has been a member of the CFB family since 2012. She is a graduate of R.L. Turner High School and has her bachelor and master's degree from Texas Women's University. She's been a first and third grade teacher at Blair Elementary School and a teacher and assistant director of the CDA since 2019. Congratulations, Ms. Smith. Next, we'd like to introduce Kim Holcomb as the new Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. Ms. Holcomb has 23 years in education serving in Ennis, Corsicana, and Mansfield ISDs. She's been a classroom teacher, assistant principal, executive director, and more. Most recently, she served as the Assistant Superintendent of C&I in Corsicana ISD. She has a bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Texas at Arlington and is working on her doctorate degree. Welcome to the family. And you have family here as well. We'd like to invite them up for a picture. Next, we want to introduce Dr. Robin Stout as the new Chief Technology Officer for CFB. Dr. Stout has recently served as the Senior Director of Digital Learning in CFB and previously worked in Louisville ISD and Marion County School District, Florida, as an administrator in the Curriculum and Technology departments. Dr. Stout earned a doctorate in educational leadership from Dallas Baptist University, a Master of Education from the University of Florida, and a Bachelor of Arts degree from Pennsylvania State University. I believe your daughter is with you as well. If you will please come forward, and we'd like to get a family photo with you. Congratulations, Dr. Stout. Finally, tonight we would like to introduce Mr. Brian Mersch as the new Deputy Superintendent of CFB. Mr. Mersch has more than 33 years of administrative experience in school districts and municipal organization. He has served as the Associate Superintendent for CFB since 2019, and most recently he served as our Interim Superintendent. Mr. Mersch has a Master of Business Administration degree and Bachelor of Arts degree from the UT at Permian Basin, and he holds a superintendent certification as well. Welcome, well, not welcome, but thank you for being in the CFB family, Mr. Mersch. Congratulations. That concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Dr. Eldridge, do we have anything else there?
I would like to welcome all of our new members of our family. Thank you all for coming tonight and bringing your families so our family continues to grow. I have a couple updates. Today I attended the Facility Services end of the year, I don't know if they call it party or whatnot, but Malcolm back there, Malcolm, wave your hand. He was in the dunking booth, so his some of his employees decided that they were going to dunk him in the water, and they succeeded. So it was a great day with lots of good games, and it really made me proud to see that we celebrate everyone. And Malcolm, we're going to wish you the best of luck too in your new position. Malcolm is going to Kamal ISD, so we wish you the best. Thank you for everything you've done for us. So, yeah. Clap. Okay. Tracy Smith cannot be here tonight. She's one of our assistant superintendents who's retiring after 37 years. And I think that's worth recognizing that for 37 years, she gave her life in curriculum and as a principal. And so I just want to thank her for her service because well deserved. So let's thank Tracy. I also want to thank Mr. Shackman for being here and running again, and I'm so glad I got to know you, and I look forward to working with you. So thank you for being here. And Carolyn, congratulations. I want to brag about some of the things that are happening in our schools. We attended graduation, and yes, we spent lots of hours at graduation together, but just a couple data points that I gathered today, that we had 50 students in CFB that graduated with their associate's degree, and I just think that's amazing. And we, in all of our scholarship money, we collected $7.5 million our kids earned in scholarship funds, and I think that's incredible. And our students served over 3,000 hours of community service. So we have a great family, and I'm proud to be a part of it. So those are my updates for today.
Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. It's a really exciting night to welcome our new family members and our family members moving up with promotions. Congratulations, and we're so excited to have you a part of our family. And thank you very much to UTeach for your 15-year partnership. Bringing up new educators is critically important, and I'm so thankful we have a partnership where we welcome them into our district during their pre-service time. All right, at this time, before we move to audience or guests, I'll take a brief moment. If anyone would like to step out, you are welcome to stay for our very full agenda tonight, as long as you would like to stay. But I'll just pause for a minute. We won't take a recess. If you'd like to escape, now's your chance. All right, so our next item on the agenda is number 6, audience for guests. Persons who wish to speak during audience for guests must have completed a form for this purpose and placed it in the designated location prior to the opening of the meeting. It looks like, Ms. Canada, I have one here. Do we have any additional? All right, so before we begin, I will remind the audience members of the board's procedures for handling audience for guests. Anyone interested to speak in person during audience for guests must have completed a form and listed the topic they wish to discuss prior to the start of the meeting. Each speaker will be allowed to speak once during audience for guests and will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board as dictated in Board Policy BED Local. Because the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible while also keeping the meeting running efficiently, groups of more than 5 people who want to present a particular viewpoint on this topic should appoint one person to speak on behalf of the group. Please remember that the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda for this meeting. Board members will listen to comments, but will not respond or answer questions. We ask that you do not discuss students who are not your own child. The timer will be shown on the screen in front of you and will begin when you arrive at the podium to speak. Again, the speaker's presentation will be limited to 3 minutes. And our speaker for tonight is Diane Etheridge. Please make your way to the podium.
Good evening. Again, my name is Diane Etheridge, and I was a member of the CFB ISD Bond Committee. And on their behalf, I want to thank the board for putting the bond measure on the ballot and to thank the community for its outstanding support. The ballot language was challenging, but the outreach the district made to inform the community of the facts and the need for the bond helped get the job done. The PACS volunteers saw the community unity at the polls and in the results of this outstanding team effort. CFB ISD voters understood the importance of good public schools, and we know the construction will be challenging and look forward to the trustees' appointment of a board oversight committee, which appeared to work well for the 2018 bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Etheridge. The next item agenda is number 7, non-action items for discussion, 7A, School Health Advisory Council or SHAC report. Ms. Leek, I believe this is you.
Good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and board. I have the privilege of introducing April Hooper Christensen. She is the SHAC chairperson, and she will be presenting this evening.
Shall I put it in presentation mode? Okay. Sorry, not my computer. It takes me a second. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is April Hooper Christensen. I am the SHAC, which is School Health Advisory Council chairperson. And just a little bit of overview as to what the SHAC is. It is a group of individuals from the community that is appointed to advise you guys, the Board of Trustees, to sorry. Trying to see this little and that big, and there's a glare, so I apologize. Again, to advise the Board of Trustees on coordinated school health programming and the impact on students' health and learning. We have a coordinated school health model based on 8 various components, such as health services, nutritional services, healthy and safe school environment, counseling and mental health services, staff wellness and promotion, parent and community involvement, physical education, and health education. We have officers are me as chair, and my co-chair is Kathy Riojas. We have Sylvia Mazura as our secretary. Parliamentarian is Catherine Carlin. We also are very blessed with our SHAC advisor Sandra Leak. We also have various members from the community, from parents within our community, and CFB ISD personnel, including board member Sally Derrick. Thank you for serving with us. We have a variety of responsibilities, and we provide an efficient, effective structure for creating and implementing age-appropriate sequential health education programs, early intervention, and prevention strategies that local families and communities and stakeholders can support. We also adhere to Texas law, Texas Education Code 2F28, subchapter A, but I'm not going to go over that in great detail because y'all all have it as well. We've had a variety of meetings throughout the year, and we are required to have a minimum of 4 meetings per year. Our first meeting was September 22nd. We had a presentation of the SHAC bylaws and also the election of officers. Our second meeting was October 20th, and we had a wonderful presentation on e-cigarettes, vaping, tobacco use in school-age children and adolescents by Ms. Elizabeth Banda with DCHHS, Chronic Disease Prevention. We also had a presentation of social emotional learning curriculum and the subject to to opt-in provisions for Senate Bill 9 with Lynn Torres and Melanie Williams. And a subcommittee was also appointed to review curriculum, and we met several times before coming to these recommendations. And the following people served on these within CFB: John Wilk, Kathy Rojas, again my co-chair, Victoria Whitley, Betsy McKinney, me, and Sylvia Mazura. And then our third meeting, February 9th, was a presentation on fentanyl. Nick Stefanovic, as school resource officer, and fabulous Joe Gillen, Chief of Social Emotional Learning and Post-Secondary Readiness, Heather Hayes, and R.L. Turner, nurse, and Sandra with our Director of Health Services. And then we also had a presentation from the SHAC Curriculum Review Subcommittee, and which is, again, me, April Hooper Christensen, Kathy Rojas, Victoria Whitley, Sylvia Mazura, Jonathan Wilk, and Elizabeth McKinney. Then our fourth meeting on April 20th was an election of officers for the 23-24 school year, and a wonderful presentation on homelessness, and McKinney Ventu. Melanie, I'm sorry, how do we say your name again? Majera, I wanted to say it right. Director of Homeless Resources at Metricus, which is
being built right down the road. And we have a few recommendations for you all. Our first recommendations: campuses with enrollment greater than 750 students to be staffed with a second nurse or a nurse extender, which could be certified nursing or medical assistant, per the recommendation of the National Association of School Nurses. Additional factors to consider when implementing best practices for the school clinic staffing are student mobility, health disparities due to socioeconomic statuses, the number of students requiring daily nursing interventions, and all of this falls under health services. Our second recommendation is adopting and adhering to the American School Counselor Association guidelines and standards for school counselors in terms of staffing ratios and percentage of time spent on counseling and non-counseling duties. This falls under counseling and psychological and social services. Our third recommendation is expand the Counseling Connection Center services, which also falls under counseling, psychological, and social services. And our fourth is increase parent education opportunities on mental health trends and improve the way that they are promoted. Expand and promote the library of resources for parents regarding mental health. And this falls under family engagement and community involvement, counseling, psychological, and social services. Are there any questions?
Board members, does anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Benavides?
For your presentation on the counseling is that increased counseling from what we're already offering on the district?
Correct. The recommendation with the American School Counselor Association is for counselors to be on a 250 to 1 guideline.
So what type of increase are we looking at? Or is that per campus that you were talking about?
That is per campus.
Per campus.
Yes, but if you have further questions, more details as far as numbers, we have the amazing Joe Gillian who would be able to help you with that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Additional questions, Ms. Derrick?
Just more of a statement. I want to thank the SHAC. For those of you that don't know or recognize April and her team, April's a parent in our district. The committee members on this committee put so much time and effort into their role, and it's to be commended. You could easily have signed up for something and just shown up when the meetings were happening and checked the box. And every time I've sat in and listened, I am blown away at the amount of consideration that goes into every decision, the amount of just thought and research. They leave with homework that they create themselves. Like they bring upon this work upon themselves every time. The work being done at our district by our committee is definitely impressive. And I want the community to know that these are parents just like you. And these are things that they are taking this so seriously. And we on the other side of this are really lucky to have you, because I can leave these meetings knowing that y'all have looked at every option. You've considered every curriculum, every best practice. You look at guidelines from around the nation on staffing models. I mean, all the things. I'm so very, very impressed, and I'm very thankful to have been just a very small piece of just sitting and listening to what y'all have done. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great to hear.
Thank you, board members. Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Brady. Thank you.
Question on number 3.
Okay.
There goes the light. You said expand Counseling Connection Center services. Does that mean the number of people, the kinds of services, what do we expand? Like which service are you speaking of?
That's part of what needs to be explored. Currently, there is a waiting list of over 100 students and positions, and so we presently have 18 counselors that provide services on Tuesdays and Thursday evenings, and 9 on Tuesdays, 9 on Thursdays. And with that waiting list, it actually was increased by 54 at this time. So we're thinking additional funding and space to enable more meetings to be available to them. And then Joe Gillian also is going to be available to try to push a little further.
So you're talking more physical counselors and more space.
More physical counselors, more space, maybe more time available for counseling, because with a waiting list as big as it is to receive these services, it's a need. It is there. The need is out there, and so we'd like to meet that need head on.
Thank you
as
so
best
much.
as we can.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you.
And we do appreciate what is in place. We just like it so much, we want more.
Board members, any additional comments or questions? Okay, well, I just want to echo what Ms. Derrick said. Thank you so much for your service as a chairperson, and then also for this community engagement, because it's critically important that we as the board hear from the community, and this is a great way for us to know exactly what the needs of our community are from the community. So thank you so much to you and the SHAC committee for your service.
Thank you, and thank you for those that I've worked with. It's the open communication and the reach out has been wonderful with this district, so I greatly appreciate this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item is 7B, the Student Nutrition Service Update. Ms. Hess Saunders, this is you, our Director of Student Nutrition.
Good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Kristen Hess, as you already mentioned, and I'm the Director of Student Nutrition, and I'm just here tonight to share a little update on what the department's been doing and what our future goals are as well. As always, our mission is to proudly serve meals to our students here in CFB that are not only healthy but also delicious and nutritious, so that they can thrive and be successful while they're here at the school. That entails us making sure that our school meals are not only nutritious and meet all of the dietary guidelines and requirements by the USDA and TDA, but also that they promote healthy eating habits in general so that students learn from what they're consuming while they're on campus. We want their meals to be an integral part of the child's education while they're here with us, because it is another learning opportunity. And to ensure that our school meals are safe to consume, which requires a lot of effort and energy, to be sure. Some statistics about the department. We're a $15 million operation. On average, we have about 225 employees that run the 34 kitchen operations and then serve the 3 alternate school sites. We have 77 employees that hold the National Food Manager Certification, which is kind of what goes into ensuring that our meals are safe to consume for all of our students in the very large production, that we are doing at each school. Our staff has logged over 3,000 hours, so a lot of people think of a cafeteria lady and they don't think about what's required for them to know how to do their jobs, successfully, and ensure that those meals not only meet the nutrition guidelines, but also, again, are safe to consume. In this current school year, we have 14 employees that achieved perfect attendance, which, as we all learned through the pandemic, doesn't happen all the time, so we're very grateful to have such loyal employees that serve us. 13 of our 34 kitchens were accident-free, meaning there were no accidents had, which is very difficult to accomplish also, considering that we're working with ovens and knives. And then 27 kitchens did not require any medical attention despite possibly having an incident there. And then we have a 98% average health inspection score, which is significantly higher than your typical food service operation. So just a little reminder, 22-23 was our first year back to being a full cost, where we charged all students full cost unless they qualified as eligible for free and reduced meals. Throughout the pandemic, we were granted some really wonderful beneficial waivers where we were allowed to feed students for free, and they were not required to qualify as free and reduced. So this being our first year back charging students or requesting that they complete that application to obtain free and reduced meals, a big concern was, will we get the households to complete those applications and still qualify? And will we also maintain, a level of participation that allows us to continue to serve as many CFB students as possible? So this year, to ensure that students did qualify for free or reduced, they were required to apply for free or reduced benefits to determine their eligibility level, or to qualify via the state or a district liaison, which again was the first year since 1920 where that's been the case. Because of that, we also had many of our pre-pandemic accommodations that resumed to go alongside those meals. That includes us having universal free breakfast at any school that has an economically disadvantaged percentage of 75% or higher. We capture that around the same time that the PEAMS capture date happens, so in late October of the previous school year. So coming into 22-23, we had 16 of our schools that get completely free breakfast for all students regardless of your eligibility determination. And going into 23-24, we also know we'll have 18 schools, so 2 additional schools that will qualify for universal free breakfast. We still serve reduced price meals at no charge, which means we forfeit the benefit of the revenue generated from their sales, but we just recognize that the reduced students are also in that bubble of need and want to be able to serve those free of charge. We also implemented our grace period that was in place prior to the pandemic, where we allow students to charge up to a negative amount, and then we provide courtesy meals thereafter. And that's based off of the number of meals that we want them to be able to have free of charge once they've met their negative balance. At the elementary schools, that is 3 breakfasts and 3 lunches at the current cost that's been established by the board, or approved by the board, excuse me. And so that's $17.25 at our elementary schools, and then at our secondary schools, it's the total amount of 2 breakfasts and 2 lunches at the current cost, which is $11.50. And then again, thereafter, we serve them the courtesy meals. We also implemented the sharing tables, which is just an opportunity for students who still have prepackaged items that they may have selected with part of their meal and then have chosen that they're not going to eat it, so they can then leave that on the sharing table so that students who may be still hungry or are interested in having additional portions beyond what's served in the reimbursable meal can return and have access to those meals or offerings. So our meal participation was wonderful. So far in 22-23 served over 3 million meals, which is really right back on par with where we were prior to going into the pandemic. Those are projections actually there, but to give you final numbers now that the year is concluded, we served over 698,000 breakfast meals, over 2.34 million lunch meals, and over 127 snacks across the course of the 22-23 school year. In 22-23, because we were rebounding from providing meals free of charge to all students, TDA did temporarily provide us with an additional reimbursement rate, which was 15 cents on top of the current reimbursement rate for breakfast and 40 cents on top of the current reimbursement rate for lunch. While there are currently proposals out in legislation to have those continue and go from being temporary for just the current school year to being permanent, we're not anticipating that they'll be passed. So we're anticipating going back down to the normal reimbursement rate despite having that really wonderful benefit in 22-23. So some victories. We were able to, coming into this school year, increase the starting hire pay, which was really creating some challenges for us in terms of staffing, and that resulted in the hire of 41 employees in the current school year, which when you think about 41 out of 225, it's a pretty significant amount to have been able to bring on board. We established eligibility for over 18,000 students. So again, that concern coming into this school year where we were returning to students having to qualify for free or reduced, luckily went beautifully. I think it was just a combination of really great communication between the district and also making sure parents knew what the repercussions of not reapplying and establishing eligibility would be. Which was up from just a little over 15,000 in the last school year where we had a waiver to provide free meals. There were almost 10,000 meal applications processed by our department. We also directly certified a little over 11,300 students in the program, which was up from a little over 10,900 in the previous school year, which just means that more students had access to free and reduced meals without having to submit an application. And then one thing that we're truly very excited about is we also introduced a new culinary assistant position, which you could kind of think of as a chef for our program. So really working to try and diversify our offerings and come up with some more variety and also really tap into what our students want. Because we have had some challenges for the last couple of years. We haven't truly gotten to spend time innovating and coming up with great things and tailoring our offerings to our students. So we're really excited that that position is going to be able to lend itself to doing that. So we still have had some of the similar challenges, but I will say they've significantly improved in the school year 22-23. We still had product challenges. So unfortunately, while we might have built a beautiful menu and decided we wanted to serve all these wonderful things, that didn't necessarily mean that manufacturers were going to provide those things and in a timely manner. and in the quantities that we needed. So we did still have some supply chain disruptions in product availability. We did see significantly higher food costs and product costs for the paper as well. But again, with that additional reimbursement, that kind of was able to allow us to offset those costs. And then we've seen a lot of food companies and distributors leaving the K-12 industry altogether. So we have had those challenges, but the good news is we're seeing all of that slow to some extent coming into this current school year. We have still had some staffing challenges. We've operated at about 74% capacity, which means 74% of the people it takes to make this number of meals are making it at the moment, which is up from 70% last year. So luckily, we're moving in the right direction. Currently, 69 positions out of the 266 in the department are vacant, which means everybody's working double time. But that, again, is a much smaller number than last year. And we've also seen fewer resignations. At this point, we've seen 26 year-to-date and 22-23, whereas last year we had 42 resignations by that point. So we're seeing fewer people migrate away from the program. So during 22-23, we were really focused on addressing these two major problems, our product challenges and our staffing challenges. But we're hoping that we've kind of stemmed those problems and we get to do some really wonderful things moving forward, and I'll speak to that. We do have a massive summer feeding operation, just like we have a massive summer school operation kicking off this upcoming Monday. So we will be feeding all students at all of the open summer school sites, free of charge for any children 18 and under, and any students that qualify with a disability for 21 and under. So that's not just our CFB students, that's also any children from the community who are underneath those ages. We'll have 29 schools total that are going to be feeding. We'll have free meals available to any programs. There are other alternate programs running at some of those summer school sites, such as ATB, Learning the Language, and ESY, and we'll be providing meals to those students as well. We have 4 additional schools that have no cold storage, so we've made an alternate plan to ensure that they have meals as well. We have 3 community sites that are open through July 21st, and that's because even once summer school closes, we know we still have students that are food insecure, if you will, and we want to be able to be sure to provide those meals almost all the way back up to when they return to school in the fall. And those are going to be at Blair, Good, and Rainwater. And then this summer, we're blessed that we have greater access to our kitchens and walk-ins. Last summer, we had quite a bit of construction going on in the district, so it made it a little bit more difficult. Now we have nice, beautiful, updated kitchens from all that wonderful construction and more access to our schools, so we are able to provide some better offerings this summer, just because we're able. So some new initiatives that we have for this upcoming school year is that we're really excited about rolling out new menu offerings. So for the last couple of years, again, we might have planned a menu, but that didn't mean we got those products. So we're really hoping that we've done a lot of research and a lot of work has gone into ensuring that we're going to be rolling out some exciting new offerings that we can be sure we'll get. So you'll be seeing that we'll add new vegetarian options because we are seeing a greater demand for that across the district. We're increasing protein offerings at breakfast, which is not a requirement. It's just something that we want to do to ensure that our students are able to thrive throughout the day, and adding additional premium chicken products to the menu. Another great initiative that we're excited about is providing breakfast carts at some of our secondary schools. Those are much larger campuses, and so access to the cafeteria is a little bit more challenging for those students who also tend to arrive a little bit later. So we're going to start initially by piloting that at 3 of our secondary schools and seeing how it goes and working out the kinks, and then hopefully extending that out to our other secondary schools in time. And then we are also going to be replacing our parent and employee-facing software to streamline it going into 24-25. So we'll spend 23-24 procuring and implementing that software. One of the greatest benefits of that software is that currently, if parents are wanting to apply for free and reduced meals, they go to this website. If they want to prepay for their meals, they go to this website. If they want to view the menu, they go to this website, and so on and so forth. So we're really hoping to buy an all-in-one suite that will allow parents one point of access to do all of those things for all of their students. So we really see that as a huge benefit to our parents and their students, therefore, as well. And then that will allow us as administrators to enter the data once and be more consistent on our menus and more real-time communication between the systems. So if we qualify a student for free meals, that information transmits immediately to the serving line. Another goal we have is to establish more social media presence to improve communication with the public, and then increase our culinary training with our staff members, because now that we will have some new great offerings, we need to teach them and train them as to how to make sure those are great quality. And that is all I have. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentations. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for your presentation, very thorough, and the improvements look wonderful. I was going to ask, with the staff shortages, are y'all still able to utilize the talents of our MOU kids?
I don't know the answer to that question. We don't currently have them working with the program, but that's a great question.
Okay.
I'd love to get back to you on it.
Okay, wonderful. And then I saw your summer food program. Is that something that's been blasted out to the public?
Yes, we actually provide information on not just our website, the districts also put out a blast for that. We'll do a Parent Square communication, we do media releases, and then also we pass out a TDA flyer that every student was sent home with prior to the end of school year.
And is that a box for a week of food, or what do you offer
So
this
those
year?
meals are actually one-off. So you come for breakfast, we provide breakfast. You come for lunch, we provide lunch. And that really allows us to ensure that we can provide a hot meal versus a boxed meal, which a lot of times the offerings are not quite as appealing to students. And then we have to be concerned that they're not going to be held at the appropriate temperatures and may therefore cause foodborne illness.
Okay, and then lastly, I was going to ask about the kitchen condition at Mary Grimes. Has their meal program changed or improved throughout the year?
They are serving that same menu,
Okay.
But every year we talk to principals, we get feedback from the students, and then we work on making sure that those offerings are even better. Then we also have participation data from the previous school year, so we're able to see which items were most successful with students, and that we roll those forward and then try and implement new different offerings for the ones that were less successful.
Thank you.
Ms. Derrick?
I want to ask about the secondary carts. Will you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm really interested.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that we see is very low participation at breakfast time for our secondary students. Anyone, I think, who probably has older children knows they're going to sleep until that last minute if they can possibly do that. And so we do tend to see that a lot of those secondary students don't show up in time for breakfast. They're coming to a very big campus, and they're entering through the front of the building, but the cafeteria is at the back of the building. So it's a very long way for them to traverse, and usually they haven't made or set aside time for them to get that meal. So what we would like to do is provide a breakfast cart that's possibly located near one of the most common entrances at the beginning of the school day, and so that students might just be able to grab a breakfast meal and go back to their classroom if they are running late for campus, and just hopefully ensure that they likely get to have breakfast each morning, whereas a lot of students at the moment are probably bypassing that or grabbing something, from a convenience store, if you will, to have. So we'd much prefer them eat with us and get the benefit of the protein and the vegetables and the milk that they may not have access to if they're depending on something from home or a C-store.
I think this is fantastic. I fully recognize that secondary is a challenge when it comes to breakfast, and it is the most important meal of the day. Are all of our secondary campuses considered title schools? So are we able to provide free breakfast at all secondary?
Not all.
Okay.
The majority of our middle schools are alternate high schools, so early college, high school, Salazar and Grimes, I believe, all qualify as the universal free breakfast, but the 4 high schools do not.
Okay. So tell me just from a logistical standpoint, is someone having to work these carts then to sell the product? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a kiosk or something that they walk up to.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And probably what it really looks like is they're going to design a cart for us that's built stainless steel for us to be able to serve. And then we have one of our staff members that's serving at that location as well. We will continue to serve out of the cafeteria because we do still want to have 2 points of sale. And for the students that want to come and sit down and enjoy their meal, but the breakfast cart will hopefully be that opportunity for those students who may be coming from athletics, or their bus may have arrived late, or they just are running late in general because maybe their drop off was the last one.
Because they're teenagers.
Yes.
Yes.
I was trying to say it in the most
It's okay. I'm a
politically
mom. I can say these things. And I have those people at my house, and I understand. I cannot wait to hear back in a year on how that worked. That just sounds super exciting. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Ms. Benavides?
sorry, regarding Ms. Derrick's comments, are the children allowed to eat those snacks in class? Running late, getting in there and crunching on something while
Sure, I
reading,
mean-
writing, and arithmetic is going on? I mean, in my day, no gum, no drink, no food, right?
Sure, sure. And that's why we're really piloting the program, is to help kind of figure out what kinks is that going to create. I know things like that always affect the custodians, who are going to have to empty those trash cans more frequently, and the teachers, who are going to have to accommodate students coming in late with those snacks and whatnot. But I don't think anybody will not work to help students have the benefit of those meals. So I think with Ms. O'Sullivan's help, we figured out which schools we think are going to be really great stakeholders in the process, so that we can pilot with them and figure out some of those kinks, and then roll out with a plan to the other 7 schools.
Wonderful. And if I could ask one more question about the summer feed program, how many children are you prepared to serve at each campus? 300, 500? I mean, what are y'all thinking?
It depends on the enrollment by campus. So principals were asked to have invite 30% of the students, but the percentage of students by campus is totally different, and the number of students that actually participate out of that 30% is totally different. We've padded those numbers pretty significantly, because we don't want to ever take the chance that we don't have meals. And additionally, we want to be able to provide meals to any community members that come and demonstrate a need. So if mom is dropping off a 6th grader and she has a 2nd grader with her, we want to feed both of those students if they're present.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Hess, thank you so much for your presentation and continuing to provide the high-quality meals, and your team does a phenomenal job with the limited amount of resources you have. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is 7C, preliminary STAR EOC results and an update on state testing. Dr. Parker, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you so much. So tonight we're going to be providing some information about our preliminary STAR end of course results and a very brief update on state testing. We know that this year our STAR exams went through a redesign. Students took this newly redesigned STAR test this past spring, and it did include the new online testing features, such as creating a number line. They used drag and drop methods to be able to put things in sequential order or identify key facts. The reading language arts test also included a structural redesign. It included cross-curricular passages that were aligned to their grade level, plus short and extended written responses and or essays that were tested across all those grade levels. With the redesign, we can see here that the STAR 3 through 8 and EOC assessments, TAs plans to work through the summer to ensure that the scores accurately reflect the TEKS-based instruction for every single grade level and tested subject area. We are going to have new scaled scores for the STAR 3 through 8 exams. Those will be provided to us in late summer. So the phrasing from TA is that the reporting process is just going to take a little bit longer this time around. Here on this slide, we can see TA's a little bit more defined listing of what is going to transpire over this past summer and when those scores will be released. We can see here in the testing window was around the same time. Typically what happens is when the kids take the test in the springtime, most of the scores are released to students and their parents by the end of June. But we can see here that the scores are going to go through a standard setting. They are going to apply the new scale scores and the performance levels. We'll receive those in late July, early August, and parents will not be able to see those scores until mid-August. Looking at a slightly different way, we can see here that even with the changes to the STAR test, the actual testing window for STAR 3 through 8 and end of course remained relatively the same as it has in prior years. Our students tested at the end of April and through the middle of May. We will receive actually received our EOC scores yesterday, and tonight we'll be providing that information to the board and community and those who are watching. On this map, you can also, or timeline, you can see that our STAR 3 through 8 results, the targeted date for those to be released to the district is August the 11th. During this standard setting time frame, TEA provided districts with a data file with performance descriptors that were labeled likely did not pass, in the zone of uncertainty, or likely to have passed. And we use this information to help guide some of our summer school decisions and opportunities, but we didn't wait for these scores because they were going to come to us so late. We used all the different information and the data points that we have throughout the entire school year, plus teacher input, feedback, map testing scores to help guide those decisions and directions. Due to the delay of scores, we know that they're going to take a little longer. TEA recently released these reporting timelines, and our district shared these resources via Parent Square notification in May. We also plan to repeat the communications in advance of when the scores will become available to parents. So on the left-hand side, we can see that the end of course exams, we anticipate those results being available to families on June the 30th. And if we take a look at the other grade 3 through 8 results for families, while the district should receive that data file on August the 11th, the earliest families will be able to see their scores is August the 16th. So now let's turn our attention to the recently released end of course scores for algebra. As in years past, we place the information about the state on the left-hand side and compare the district's information on the right-hand side. We can see here in the area of algebra, our district scores increased by 6 percentage points over last year, and we are 1 percentage point within matching the state. With regard to biology, our scores increased by 8 percentage points at both the state and the CFB level. Our preliminary biology scores matched our 2019 pre-COVID student performance. Our district saw a 10 percentage point gain in English 1 end of course scores, and with 65% of students meeting the passing standard, we have surpassed our pre-COVID scores from 2019. Similarly, our English 2 end of course preliminary results also surpassed our pre-COVID scores from 2019. Here we can see that the state increased by 3 percentage points, whereas CFB increased by 5 percentage points. Lastly, U.S. history. These end of course scores, our district saw an 8 percentage point gain, and with 93% of students meeting the passing standard, we are within 2 percentage points of the state and also above our pre-COVID scores. So coinciding with this STAR redesign with the new question types is also the A through F rating system refresh. For the past 5 years, we've been following a relatively similar accountability system with the same performance measures, the same domains, the same cut scores. While this has, or initially the intent behind that was to have a better year-over-year comparison, some of the accountability measures were halted due to the pandemic. The state did not assign letter grades in 2020 or in 2021. So looking now at the proposed timeline that TA has for our A through F accountability refresh, we're slightly more than halfway through the transition process. During this month of June, additional feedback is being gathered by stakeholders across the state, and a final draft of the accountability manual will be published in August. This is going to be followed by the release of district and campus ratings. It was initially going to be mid-September, then late September, and just yesterday they've given us a target date of releasing the A through F scores on September the 28th. And this ends our presentation on the preliminary STAR end of course results for this past spring and an update on state testing.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Board members, questions or comments? Ms. Benavides?
Thank you for your report. Thinking about the grade slide that you spoke of early on, is that in lieu of a 70 or 80 or 90, and does it change the type of learning? Yes.
This one. Unfortunately, we can't apply a percent to it until those performance standards and levels are actually released by the state. And I can share with you, when this data file came and we shared this information and put it down to the student level, everybody's like, so did they pass or did they not pass? Can we say that half of the students passed? And I was like, I wish I could tell you the answer to that. But until they actually place that performance standard and put that line and say, this is the students that approach grade level. These are the students that were at meets grade level and master's grade level, we simply have to wait. What I can share with you from the end of course test is on that zone of uncertainty, it was usually between the top third to the top half of students, and that was for our end of course exams. We're just going to have to patiently wait until they release the STAR 3 through 8.
Thank you. Thinking about the 6% increase and 1% below the state level, is the state an actual state of Texas average that for the first thing that you mentioned, I did not write down, but you, algebra, was that it?
Yes, so with regard to algebra, so across the state of Texas, 78% of students who took this test in the state of Texas earned a score of approaches grade level or higher. And in our district, 77% of the students that tested in Carrollton-Farmers branch earned a passing standard on the test.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Derrick?
I just have a quick comment about the updating parents about the delay in results. I know we've sent out a parent square once. I'm just going to speak from a parent perspective of end of school year, and it's crazy. And I got possibly 1.2 million parent squares at the end of the school year that I probably did not read all of. I'm wondering if once we get into the summer months where parents are starting to expect that more, like they're going to start looking for those results, if maybe we could then send out a messaging again to remind them, because I've already seen on like the chatter pages, parents are saying, when do we get to find out what our kids' scores are? And parents that are answering the question are answering it based on prior knowledge, which is it should be in July. So I think if we can consider another message, that would be really helpful.
Definitely. We'll communicate more than once during the month of June. And then also coming closer to August, which will be very interesting because we'll already be into a new school year.
Mr. Bocek?
Coming from your key takeaways, number 2, the STAR 3 through 8 test results released in August 2023. And if you said this in your presentation, I might have missed it. In prior years, when did we receive those final results?
For our STAR 3 through 8?
STAR 3 through 8?
Historically, we have them by the end of June. Last year, they had to rescore some of them.
Right.
And so we had a slight delay last year, but we had those scores finalized by July 15th. So in a typical school year, it is usually rolled out between the middle of June. That's when we get our end of course exam scores, followed by the STAR 3 through 8.
So, well, let's assume that everything goes as planned and they are released in August of 2023 with no delay. What impact, as far as data and knowing our kids by name and need, does this impact our teachers and our campuses in developing plans for our students? Or do we have enough data to be able to get their plan?
Yeah, this was the first year, where we didn't have STAR test scores to actually then make some determinations. And we're going to start the year knowing our kids by name and need and how they ended the school year, plus the work that's beginning to occur during accelerated instruction during our summer months. So we're going to be able to hit the ground running with the students and the information that we have. We have our MAP testing in the area of English for reading from kindergarten through grade 12. We test 3 times a year. We've got a beginning, middle, and end of the year. We're in the process of developing our assessment calendar for next year, taking into mind we want our kids to start in the classroom and get to know their friends, their teachers, and the community of their actual school. And then we can begin our beginning of the year assessments. Let's let them get settled. But I do agree, we have enough information along with our district common formative assessments and teacher input and knowing our kids. And so I think we're fine. I think we're going to be just fine starting out next school year.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shackman?
Thank you for the presentation. Excellent. And it's very positive for the district. That's exciting. With EOC and STAR new versions, how reliable is the data when we're looking at past years' information?
We're trusting. TEA has said that's part of that standard setting, that they're trying to make sure that those tests align as closely as possible, first to the TEKS-based instruction that is required for that grade level and subject area, but more importantly, that the level of rigor is there. So we're going to trust on that and see how it goes. To be quite honest, a second year of testing is going to give us a world of information to see how those scores are and how they connect. I will share that in the area of reading language arts, in this next school year, in the month of February, across the state of Texas, they will be field testing some additional questions, just to make sure everything is calibrated and everything is right where they expect and anticipate it to be.
Ms. Benavides?
I wanted to ask one last question. Was reading included in that? Because you said 3rd through 5th grade. Is that who we're reporting on today?
On this particular one, our end of course tests for English 1 are typically taken by students for the first time in grade 9. So this is only for our students in middle school and high school who took the actual end of course test. And on these English 1 tests and English 2 end of course tests, there were those short answers and extended responses were embedded in these tests. They are also embedded in the STAR 3 through 8 tests given to students in the areas of reading and language arts. And once again, it's going to take some time for them to go through the standard settings. Those are written responses. They are not scored by a machine or AI. It is actual teachers who are scoring those responses.
Well, that's very wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Parker, thank you so much for your presentation, and we look forward to seeing you again, I'm sure, in August or September. And thank you so much to the teachers that continue to pour their hearts into these kids. Some very promising results.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is 7D bond results. Mr. Mersch?
Thank you, Mrs. Hatfield. It's our pleasure tonight to have Ms. Leslie Weaver from Huckabee. We want to thank her for her support, dedication, expertise that helped us resulted in a successful bond election. So she's going to talk about the bond election results, and she will be followed by Mr. Larry Guerrera, who will talk about the financial components of the bond.
Well, good evening, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, members of the board. It's been my absolute honor to serve alongside you guys, and apologize for some of the formatting there. I do think when it converted it, we had a couple of errors. But on behalf of Huckabee Architects, it's been a pleasure to partner with you and to produce things that did not look like that. So I was asked tonight to kind of come and just share an overview of the process and a summary. So first I'd like to start by congratulating you on a successful bond election. You know, in today's political climate, it's not been as easy in the last few years, but I think the trust that your community has in the school district and in the leadership that's been here for years, and the way that you engage your community, and we heard that from so many people speaking tonight, and the family that is created in CFB really showed on your election results. So it was been more than 18 months ago, I think, when we first presented to you this roadmap to a 2023 bond. And we kind of talked about all of the different ways we were going to be engaging with the community, hearing information from your staff members, and taking a look at what projects your facilities are going to need in the future. And so we did everything from start with that research and information gathering, again, 18 months ago, had that 22 to 22 visioning committee, moved into the bond planning committee, and thank you, Ms. Herbachik, for being a part of that, and all the leadership from Malcolm and Mr. Mersch and their teams, and then moved into the informational campaign, and finally those election results on May 6th. So it was in February when you called the election as a board, and then Ms. Parnell and her team executed a very thorough informational campaign, and on May 6th, almost a month ago, voters approved the bond. So like I mentioned, Ms. Parnell and her team really executed a comprehensive campaign. They had a goal to reach as many voters, as many residents as possible. They wanted to make sure that citizens of CFB ISD showed up to the ballot box informed and having the information they needed to make their personal decision. And they did that through printed materials. You can see some examples here, everything from some bookmarks that I know became very popular and easy to hand out, to one-page fact sheets, to mailers, to yard signs that were on campuses. There were some tabletop pop-up banners, you know, at all of the schools and available at, campus events, and all of those things helped communicate facts about the bond and educate your voters. There was also a very intentional effort for having a digital presence and engaging with the community through digital means, everything from social media posts to a comprehensive website, videos that were shared online as well. And then perhaps most importantly, those face-to-face connections, you know, making sure that the staff was getting out and talking with the community. Everything from tours of schools to the, you know, town hall meeting in March. I think that really makes a difference when the community feels like they can come and ask questions and hear directly, you know, from the district leadership. I think it all goes to that trust. And so, as you know, because you've already canvassed the votes, you won with 64% of the votes in favor. You had over 9,500 votes cast. And when you take a look at that compared to other Dallas County school districts, you look at your 64% and you won at a higher margin than your peers. Coppell ISD also had some of their propositions pass at 64%, but you can see the other Dallas County school districts were a little bit lower. So again, I just think that speaks to the trust that your community has in you. Overall, I would say it was a good day for public education. Residents in the county went out and supported their public schools. They saw the need for facility improvements. And then in Denton County, same thing, 7 of 8 of the school bond propositions passed across Denton County school districts. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And again, just want to say congratulations to you. And it's been a pleasure to work with everybody over there at that table and everybody at this table. All had a role to play in making sure that your community was informed.
Board members, any questions or comments? Yes. Mr. Broderick?
Yeah, my thanks to, I mean, really everyone in the room and yourself and your team for all the facilitation and to our community. But as well, the final push across the finish line, I think, for our Citizens Committee, for those that stood up and sat at the polls or talked to people or made calls or whatever they did, you know, that really takes a lot of effort. So I know a lot of people might have thought that the Bond Citizens Committee kind of ended at our last meeting in January. That wasn't the case. There's a lot more work, so thanks to them as well.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Weaver. Okay, board members, at this time, we can keep going on the agenda or we can take a short recess. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Gear. I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. No, just to talk real briefly. So yeah, now that y'all have canvassed the vote, everything's official. We'll start meeting as a group and start to see what kind of projects we want to tackle first, what we want to set out first. And we're hoping at this point for a midsummer bond sale. This way, it usually funds about 30 days after that, and then we'll get funded and be able to hit the ground running when we get architects going. So that's just kind of the next steps of the bond.
I apologize again. Any questions, Ms. Hrvatic?
Yeah, and then let's, you know, not forget us as a board, moving into the bond oversight committee and getting that set up and ensuring that nothing is moving forward without those kind of conversations and review to ensure, you know, the real focus and charge in the past has been for that oversight committee to ensure that the will of the voters and the will of the committee is intact. So, you know, those are the things that will be in process as well, too, before commitments.
Thank you for that reminder. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so at this time, if we would like to take a short recess break, we can. We have some, the consent agenda and some items for discussion and or action. So we can take a short break or we can keep going. Keep going? All right, so we'll keep going. So we will proceed to our next agenda item number 8, the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a mechanism that the board uses to approve a number of routine items together with a single vote. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the public notice for this meeting includes a list of all consent agenda items, and the board has been provided ample information about these items in advance. Prior to any action taken on the consent agenda, board members may request withdrawal of individual items for clarification or discussion. Board members, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda at this time? Mr. Shackman?
Ms. Hatfield, I'm going to ask that we pull N, O, and P. That's various minutes, and I was not on the board and not a part of that, and I will recuse myself on those 3 items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shackman. Any other agenda items? Ms. Brady?
Letter C, as I will not be available for one of those dates. And it's about the work
Okay.
study sessions for the board.
Okay. So do I have a motion? One second. Are there any other items to be removed?
I just need to clarify real quick. C is not a calendar. 8C. D. Ms. Brady, is 8D maybe?
My C is purchasing report.
Mm-hmm.
My C is calendar. My D is the public meeting to discuss the budget.
That's my E.
I think you're in a different number. D?
On Brian's copy, it's letter D.
Okay. Can you verify? It's right. Okay, we're going to move forward with D is the item for the work study session calendar and board meeting calendar. Ms. Benavides?
I too would like to remove PP because I was not at the canvassing meeting.
Okay. Okay, if there are no other items to be removed, do I have a motion regarding the consent agenda as amended? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the removal of D, as in David, NN, Nancy, OO, PP, Paul.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Derrick. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Ms. Benavides. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. Okay, the next agenda item is number 9, items for discussion and/or action. We have multiple items that were removed from consent, so we will proceed to 9A. And the title of the item, we have we'll start with D. So the board meeting and work study session dates for 23-24. Ms. Brady?
I will not be available on November 9th for our work study session that's planned.
Okay, do you have a recommendation because you're not available?
I will be out of the country at that time.
Okay.
That entire week. So it's not about the day of the week, it's just that week.
Okay. So do I have a motion about item D? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve item D as presented.
Do I have a second? Ms. Garza Rojas is seconding. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? Okay. With a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. So next, we have NN, OO, and PP. Mr. Shackman, actually, we should probably do NN and OO separate from PP, since 2 board members had one. Okay, so NN and OO, Mr. Shackman, do you have any other comments? Okay, all right. Do I have a motion about NN and OO? Ms. Benavides? I have a motion for Ms. Benavides to approve NN and OO. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady? All of those in favor, raise your hand. All of those opposed? With a vote of 6-0 and 1 abstention, the motion carries. All right, the last one is PP. Any comments from Mr. Shackman or Ms. Benavides? Okay. Do I have a motion for item PP? Ms. Derrick?
I move that we approve consent agenda PP as presented.
All right, do I have a second? Ms. Garza Rojas is seconding. Is there any discussion? All of those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? By a vote of 5 in favor, 2 opposed, or 0 opposed, and 2 abstention, the motion carries. Okay. Next, we have item 9B, which is consider and approve all matters related to the 23-24 compensation plan. Mr. Guerra?
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. So as you know, the session in legislature this year ended already, and House Bill 100 came and went with no action taken against it. So obviously there was no change to the basic allotment or any extra funding donated to schools. So, you know, many ISDs like us are faced with a deficit budget now looking at next year, and this prior to any raises being given. And while we're prepared to dip into the fund balance if need be to give our staff something, we would like to make it more meaningful should the legislature decide to come to an agreement. So we want to hold off on y'all approving the compensation plan until we know for sure what the state will do for us or not. And there's a couple of variables that we talked about, but it's my recommendation that we hold off on adopting the compensation plan at this meeting till a further date.
Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Benavides?
How long will that hold over be?
Governor Abbott called the first special session, and the House gavelled out, so they're going to have to wait the 30 days before they can call a second special, before Governor Abbott can call a second special session. So if he does, there's no guarantee that House Bill 100 will be on there or not. So we'd like to wait at least a month till the second session started, and then before too long, we'll have to make a decision as a district whether we want to move forward or not. The variable is if they do reach an agreement and we adopt a plan prior, they can have in the law that we have to give whatever raises they approve on top of the raises we already given, so we would be hit twice with raises. So we'd like to wait at least 1 month as possible.
And do you think if it doesn't happen in that next month, we do 30 more days, or what are you recommending? We just make our own choice?
Yeah, I would recommend to wait as long as possible. We have a plan in place with Human Resources on what we can tell potential staff as we try to hire them. We can guarantee probably a minimum of what we think we'll raise. We just don't want to give a raise that's not what the state might want to give us if they end up come to a bigger agreement, and we don't want to give something that we'll have to double down on if they make us give an additional increase on top of the increase we've given. So August would be the absolute latest we can do it when we adopt the budget, but hopefully it'll be sometime in July.
So what is the month we adopt the budget?
We adopt it usually at the end of August.
Okay. Yeah, just thinking about the current economic push that everybody faces at the grocery store. I'd hate to continue that.
Yes,
very
and
long.
this happened when House Bill 3 passed, 4 years ago now, where a lot of districts like us were forced to wait because there was so much change in the legislature going on. So we can retroactive pay if need be, but we don't anticipate having to do that if we can get something agreed upon in July.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hrabowczyk?
Yeah, and I mean, a couple of things on this with regards to compensation and priorities. I mean, compensation I cannot speak for my board colleagues, but I believe just on what I know you, that, compensation is always going to be a priority for this board and for our staff for that. And to Mr. Guerra's statement, I think that it relates also not to just what the state is going to require, but also what the state is going to fund from a teacher teacher or staff pay raises. Right now, it doesn't appear that they're making public education a priority in their budget, and so we have to look at the long-term statement in making decisions that if we do a compensation increase and then they require us to do another compensation increase but don't provide funding for it, then we're in a position of having to cut something or find where that money comes from. And we don't want to have that long-term impact on that. And that's the evaluation I think that we're trying to postpone, for that. But then as well to, the write-up in this about priorities, I looked back at our records, and we as a board have not met to discuss our budget priorities. And, we all know our budget comes in August. I mean, that's, where it is. And, we haven't had those discussions because of some of these unknowns with the legislature. What are we going to have to do? Where is our focus? What is it going to be and what's going to happen? And so just moving forward, we as a board need to do better. We need to ask for those meetings. We need to, have and initiate those discussions so that administration knows what they need to focus on in some of the detailed budget development for that. So, I think that's a conversation that we need to have before we even have any of the compensation discussions and if any indication of what legislature is going to do in a special session.
Thank you, Ms. Derrick.
I just want to provide clarification, and Mr. Guerra helped me to reiterate this to staff. We are not talking about not paying staff. We are talking about the potential increase in pay for the next school year, but the payments that you get through the summer months and going forward will still happen. We're talking about increases on top of what the current rates are going into the next school year. I don't want the messaging to come out of this that the state hasn't decided what they're doing and we just can't pay people. That is not the case. People are getting paid. We continue business on as usual, but we are waiting for the state to help us to decide what we will do for next year when it comes to increases.
That is correct. There will be no stop and pay, nothing like that. I know, Ms. Sabrachka, you talked about being able to prioritize stuff as a board, and it makes it really difficult when they're in session like this, and they can give us new money, but they'll make our priorities for us to tell us, well, you got to do this with it, and you got to do that with it. So it really puts us in a precarious position. I know y'all as a board, we talked about the cliff that was coming, and it was coming, and it's here now, and y'all did a great job of allowing us to assign fund balance for the cliff that we knew was coming. So we have a good set of money set aside for raises to make sure we do want to pay our staff, and we just want to make sure if something's going to come in from the state that we're able to give as much as we can to make sure we keep our staff happy and still here in CFB.
I think it's the utmost importance for us as a team of 8 to have a budget workshop, which we are scheduling hopefully, sooner than later, because I do believe that we discuss our priorities and our people are our priorities. And, we've also received information from TASB regarding positions that need to be raised in certain pay scales, and we want to accommodate our highest need positions, and those are always our campuses. And so I have asked Dee today to send out an email, and you may have already sent it out, with some dates for our budget workshop to talk about priorities and different options. We can come up with options of the best way and what we believe is all of our people important and what that affects on our budget impact. And so we will be coming up with that plan. So yes, we will be paying everybody, but we want to pay them. We want everybody to come to CFB. So we have that all in the works. So.
All right, thank you. At this time, do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? That's the motion we need to make if we're planning to table. Ms. Derrick?
I move that we table this item at this time.
Okay, I have a motion from Ms. Derrick to table item 9B. Is there another motion, or is there a second? Ms. Brady?
I'll second.
All right, I have a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, all those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries to table item 9B. All right, our next item is 9C, to consider the submission of a nomination for a representative to the Region 10 Position B of the Board of Directors of the Texas Association of School Boards. And for the benefit of the board, some clarification on what this is that TASB governance includes that the association has a board of directors, and local school board members serve in these positions, and they actively promote the purpose of the association, oversee its fiscal responsibilities, and establish board policies for TASB. Directors are elected in staggering 3-year terms, and this year the Region 10 Position B has a vacancy or an expiring term. As a board, we can choose to nominate someone for this position. If we choose to make a nomination, that member's name will go on to the next step of voting, which is done by all of the Region 10 school boards. Do I have a motion from anyone regarding this agenda item? Ms. Derrick?
I'd like to nominate Randy Shackman for the TASB director's position. Randy has a ton of experience in school boards, and and obviously been involved in TASB for a lot of years also. I think he'd be a great representation of CFB.
Get to vote, Randy.
I'm on the fence.
All of those opposed? All right. With a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. Okay, the next item to consider is 9D, to consider and approve the appointment of the board members to serve on district committees. So each year, a board member serves as an ex officio member on one of 6 committees. The committees are as follows: the 2023 Bond Construction Committee, the School Health and Advisory Council, known as the SHAC, the Education Foundation, the Safety and Security Committee, in which the board president must serve plus 1 additional board member, and the District Site-Based Decision-Making Committee, known as the DIC, and the Equality and Equity Task Force, known as the EETF. Board members, at this time, I'll ask about each one, and who would like to serve on that. Ms. Brady, did you have a question?
I would just like to say that I'd like to stay on the safety and security team if possible.
Okay, I'm going to call them out one by one.
Okay.
And we'll go down the list. So, board members, is there someone interested in serving on the 2023 Bond and Construction Committee? All right, Mr. Bocek. Thank you for offering to serve. Board members, do we have someone interested in serving on the SHAC? Ms. Derrick, thank you for serving. Board members, is there someone who's interested in serving on the Education Foundation? Ms. Benavides, thank you for serving. Safety and Security, as board president, I will serve on this committee, and also we are required to have 1 more committee member to serve. It looks like Ms. Brady really wants to serve on the Safety and Security Committee, so thank you for serving. And is someone interested in serving on the DIC committee? Are we rock, paper, scissoring?
Same time as the TASB meetings.
I'm not sure. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shackman. And board members, is there someone interested in serving on the Equity and Equality Committee? Ms. Garza Rojas, thank you for serving. So it looks like we have nominations to fill our openings for our ex officio members for each committee. Do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Ms. Derrick?
Do I need to read these all out, just to be sure?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. I move that we appoint the following: Tara Herbacek to the 2023 Bond Construction Committee, Sally Derrick to the SHAC, Carolyn Benavides to the Educational Foundation, Kim Brady and Cassandra Hatfield to Safety and Security,
Randy Shackman to District Site-Based Decision-Making Committee, and Ileana Garza Rojas to the Equality and Equity Task Force.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Brady? Is there any discussion? Okay, all of those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, by a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. All right, moving on to number 10. Our next agenda item is 10A, the presentation by a representative of the City of Carrollton related to the acquisition of CFB ISD property for the Dudley Branch Trail Project located just north of Creekview High School at 3201 Old Denton Road in Carrollton, Texas, 75007. Mr. Marsh?
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Tonight, we're honored to have Mr. Tom Hammonds, the engineering manager for the City of Carrollton, and Mr. Roger Wheeler, a civil engineer for the City of Carrollton. If y'all please come up to the podium. And Mr. Hammonds is a very familiar face. He served on our Bond Oversight Committee, and we thank you, Mr. Hammonds, for your service.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hatfield, Dr. Eldridge, board members. I'm Tom Hammonds. I'm the transportation engineer for the City of Carrollton, and we're very proud of our trail system in Carrollton. We've been building hike-bike trails throughout the city for many years now. They primarily follow our green belts and park areas, and our next proposed extension of the trail system will be an approximately 2-mile section of trail along the Dudley Branch Channel. A portion of the Dudley Branch Channel traverses the Creekview High School property, and we've been working with the district since 2019 on the planning and design of this trail. As we proceeded through the design, we have an alignment that is proposed that would cross the Creekview High School property on the west side of Dudley Branch. And the city is interested in acquiring the easement necessary to construct the trail. As we talk to the district, they would like the city to take over maintenance for the property on the west side of Dudley Branch, which we are willing to do. So we're here to propose a purchase of the easement to construct the trail across the property, and then we'll work with the district on taking over maintenance of the property on the west side of Dudley Branch. And with that, I'll entertain any questions you may have.
Board members? Ms. Brady?
Thank you for the maps. That's very helpful. And I assume it's the white line that you're
Yes,
intending
correct.
to create this, the
Correct.
walk, the trail. How close would people have access to kids or that baseball field right there against the baseball field in the back?
So in the last meeting that we had with the district, they asked that we put a steel or a wrought iron fence. And so we've agreed that we would build a steel wrought iron style fence on the trail on the south side of Dudley Branch from the bridge over toward Old Denton Road. And so it'll go right behind the fence of the baseball stadium, and we'll have a netting to keep baseballs from hitting people on the trail, and then we'll have a fence that will keep you from having easy access onto the remainder of the school property.
Okay, so that would go all the way
Yeah.
to where this crosses over here?
Correct.
Okay. As you can see, I'm very into safety and security,
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
yeah.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you're already on it.
Yeah, I'm on it, so I wanted to make sure that our kids there wouldn't be easy access to
Yeah.
our kids.
Yeah.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Derrick?
I just want to ask a clarifying question for what Kim just asked. So any part of the trail that was actually on school district property will have that fencing that you're referring to, so it'll be obvious that there's kind of like a designation line of this is trail, the other side of the fence is school district property?
It'll go from the bridge, so if you we won't build a fence for the portion of the trail that's on the west side of Dudley Branch. So there's a large buffer and then the whole drainage channel to get in the school. But once you get to the bridge where it tightens up and we have to come to the south side of the creek, then we'll have a fence from the bridge all the way to Old Denton
To Old
Road.
Denton, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Benavides?
back to what Ms. Brady asked, how many feet? It doesn't show any at all. I mean, from our baseball field to your new fencing or the trail.
Do you know how many feet?
5 feet, 10 feet, 20?
Oh, how high it is?
No, how wide from our baseball field?
Oh.
The trail doesn't show any room. Looks like it butts up right to it.
It's close. Yeah, it's close. I mean, there's a few feet buffer on each side, and it may be 5 feet on each side, and then a 12-foot trail.
And how wide is that?
The
trail.
trail's 12 feet, 12 feet in width.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then it's a few feet from our baseball field.
Correct.
But it looks like it runs the whole length of our baseball field. So is that 100 feet, 200 feet? If you're walking on it?
Yeah, about 300 all the way across the outfield of the baseball field would be a rough estimate.
So you will have a wrought iron fence plus a netting, even with that fence for baseballs?
Yes, we'll have the netting where we're close to the fence. The reason for the netting is to protect people on the trail.
Mhm.
So we have a consultant that's looking at where we would need a netting to protect trail users from baseballs that get hit across there.
Mhm.
And then the fence will go all the way to Old Denton Road.
So we'll have two structures, or will it just continue from the wrought iron
It'll be
up?
separate structure.
Two,
Yeah.
okay. And the city will maintain that, and we won't have holes or flags
Yeah,
waving
correct.
throughout the years of deterioration?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Board members, any additional questions? Okay. Mr. Hammonds, Mr. Weaver, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we will move to item 11, is a closed meeting as authorized under Texas Government Code, including but not limited to Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, security devices, 551.082, school children, district employee, disciplinary matter or complaint, 551.0821, personally identifiable student information, and 551.084, investigation. Item 11A, pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with district's legal counsel regarding legal and procedural matters relating to, 1, the possible sale of real property of approximately 15.86 acres located northwest of the center line of Dudley Branch Creek, as well as an easement of approximately 3,914 square yards located at Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, and 2, the conveyance of a license agreement or access easement consisting of 1.78 acres, more or less, located at Ted Polk Middle School, 2001 Kelly Boulevard, Carrollton, Texas 75006, and item 11B, pursuant to Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, real property, deliberation regarding, 1, the potential sale of surface only of district real property consisting of 15.876 acres located northwest of the center line of Dudley Branch Creek, as well as an easement in approximately 3,914 square yards located at Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, and 2, potential conveyance of a license agreement or access easement consistent of 1.78 acres, more or less, located at Ted Polk Middle School, 2001 Kelly Boulevard, Carrollton, Texas 75006. The board will now move into closed session. Audience members, you are welcome to remain in the boardroom as board members recess and move into the conference room for deliberations. The time is now 9:19 p.m. We're back in open session and the time is now 10:05 p.m. The next item on the agenda is item 12A. Consider and take possible action declaring surplus certain real property consisting of 15.86 acres and an easement of 3,914 square yards, more or less, located adjacent to Creekview High School at 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, and authorizing the sale for less than fair market value of said real property, surface only, to the City of Carrollton to carry out public purpose that benefits CFB ISD, including the Dudley Branch Trail Project, and delegate authority to the superintendent to negotiate an agreement with the City of Carrollton, Texas Local Government Code 272.001I. Do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Miss Herbacek.
Yeah, and that's the motion. I move the board declare surplus approximately 15.86 acres located northwest of the center line of Dudley Branch Creek, as well as an easement in approximately 3,914 square yards located at Creekview High School, 3201 Old Denton Road, Carrollton, Texas 75007, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate a contract with the City of Carrollton as discussed in closed session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Brady? I have a second from Ms. Brady. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion carries. The next item is item 12B. Consider and take possible action to approve entering into a license agreement or access easement as to the surface only of district real property consisting of 1.78 acres more or less located at Ted Polk Middle School, 2001 Kelly Boulevard, Carrollton, Texas 75006, and delegate authority to the superintendent to negotiate an agreement with the adjoining property owner. Do I have a motion regarding this agenda item? Ms. Herbacek?
I move that the board delegate authority to the superintendent to negotiate an agreement with the adjoining property owner of 1.7 acres more or less located at Ted Polk Middle School, 2001 Kelly Boulevard, Carrollton, Texas 75006, as discussed in closed session.
I have a motion from Ms. Herbacek. Do I have a second? Mr. Shackman? I have a second from Mr. Shackman. Is there any discussion? Okay. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? With a vote of 7 in favor and 0 opposed, the motion carries. The board will now move to the next agenda item number 13, comments from board members regarding posted agenda items. Board members, do any of you have any comments you wish to make related to posted agenda items? Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Ms. President. I just want to say thank you for the fabulous reports today. Ladies, congratulations. Look forward to the team of 8 new positions, and everybody have a great summer.
Thank you. At this time, are there any more questions or comments? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our agenda, and we are adjourned at 10:09 p.m.